Woo, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. So it's been a little bit of a out of sorts morning, if you will. Not bad though. Kids doing all the fun things, and then we had a friend of ours stop by, drop off some tumblers, which he may be coming to hang out here after a bit. So I'm really excited about that. So today we're going to just kind of be on here for a while and test out this old phone that I tried to set up. I finally got it working yesterday. It looks like it's working pretty good. So but yeah, so today we get to engrave on some tumblers. We got I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 different tumblers that we're doing, style tumblers. So gonna try to walk through the process of how we set up our do our measurements, set it up in the file on the design, and then also literally in the machine. So it can be pretty boring stuff. So if you want to hang out, let's hang out, chat a little bit. If not, no worries. But I did want to say I hope everybody has a great weekend moving ahead. I know here it's supposed to start raining, I guess sometime later on this evening. So I'm not sure what all we're going to be doing other than just kind of hanging out with the kids and whatnot after all the shenanigans that they have going on. So yippee. Well, let's get started. So let me pull up my screen here, and then I will show y'all. Actually, I got to move some screens around. I will show y'all kind of what designs that we'll be working with, and then we'll walk through the what products we're going to be designing these on, right? And then let's see here. Of course, my screen wants to be on the wrong monitor. Bear with me 1 second. Let me come in, change some settings in here real fast. Okay, there we go. All right, here we go. So these are the designs that we'll be working on today, and we're gonna take it pretty slow as far as making sure that we're doing all of our step-by-steps really good. So hopefully we don't have any mess ups. It is inevitable at times though, you know, machine kind of does something kind of goofy, or the rotary end of it, or you know, maybe I myself might forget to do a step inside the software. So what we've done so far is we've got each of these logos fairly well set up inside of our software, and then I have opened up another screen, excuse me, to kind of get our measurements of each product or each tumbler, each cup, if you will. So we'll be working on that as well, and I'm working on slowly but surely building up my own files, so that way I have like kind of a master file for, like, for example, right here I have everything kind of lined out for a 20-ounce Yeti, which if you think about a Yeti, which camera am I on? Of course, this is the bigger one. You know, you got your top brim, you got your body, and then I try to measure out to like where the logo is in relation to all of this, as well as the bottom end. So this is how it would be lined out, right? So this little rectangle is our top. This is kind of the favorable, like fully engravable area. This is where our logo is, and then this is our bottom. And then I try to set up in this little square just kind of a generalized sizing for most logos or names or what have you. So but of course everything can change, which is what we're going to kind of go through today with one of the logos that has been supplied based upon the cup size as well. I think standard is roughly around, depending on the size of your tumbler or of your cup, anywhere from like 2 inches kind of on the small side to about 2.5 to 3.5 or so on the larger side. But of course you can do a full wrap and everything too, which I have not necessarily gotten into just yet. We will be experimenting with some of those as we move forward. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, we did I think we posted this finished Yeti tumbler that one of our friends, Camber, had won at an event. And then these are some of the logos that we've done too for our buddies out at Diamond Touch Auto Spa. So that's kind of what it looks like inside this particular design software. So like I said, today we'll be working on not only that size or that logo, but we'll also be working on these two other logos as we move forward. So without having full on stationary cameras everywhere, we're going to just kind of figure this out together here. We might take a little ride, or if I can remember right, I'll try to just put it on the screen or what have you, so that way I can move this camera and get it set up on the laser. But I think, and I'm going to go through and double check, but what I'm going to do is just shut up here and kind of mute myself. We'll turn on some music like you saw just kind of pop up, and I'll just kind of concentrate. So yeah, if you guys are on and want to shout out, I will do my best to keep a look on the computer screens here to see anything going on in the chat. If I happen to miss you, I apologize, but we will certainly just kind of go live with the footage that we get here and see what happens. All right, cool. Thanks, guys.
this around, don't get caught in the mosh pit. Fuel to the fire, ain't nobody can stop it. Trouble in my city, but you know I'm across it. Got a 40 on my hip and I'm liable to spark it. Throw down these hits, my click is indivisible. I aim, you duck, I squeeze, now you invisible. I'm not afraid of getting physical. All these different chemicals are fogging up my visuals. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we notorious, we ain't no runners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Yo, we some warriors, they ain't caught gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Bloods on my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Put on my strap, put on the beam, put on the map.
Okay, as you saw, I couldn't remember honestly if the Yetis would fit in there with my honeycomb in there, or the larger Yetis anyways. So I got that loaded up. We got everything kind of lined up, make sure everything's nice and straight. So now what I'm going to do is I'll take that out and we'll throw some masking tape on there once I find that, because I have set it somewhere and forgot where. But we'll do that, and then we'll do a dry run on this and make sure our alignment's all good. We'll get everything squared up with the logo, yada yada yada, and then get going with that. And then should everything line out with that, we'll go ahead and go for the full engrave, and I'll start getting these other cups or tumblers measured out and start rocking and rolling with that. So all right, well, here we go.
Cover the map and still ain't know where you can find me at. Journey through the mind of an insomniac. I ain't never sleep, staying ready, keep an eye out for the fakes. For the snakes, load a clip and I'ma pull it, something shakes. Never go to battle if you plan to lose. Life a game of chess, you gotta plan the moves. Middle fingers up, I'm not a fan of rules. Fighting for the right to live in peace and not like animals. Bloods in my hands, got slugs on my gunners. You'll be notorious, we ain't no runners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs on my gunners. These warriors, they ain't no gunners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Bloods in my hands, got slugs on my gunners. Put on my strap, put on the beam, put on the map, put on my team. Take out every motherfucker in between. Know what I mean? Better myself, better my aim, better my rap, better my name. Killing rappers on my hang, I'm by their chains for the fame. Never thought I would it, now I'm running this. You don't wanna follow me, no I'm running this. I ran in the trouble with the truth, trying to get it what it does. Battling and I ain't never lose. We some motherfucking warriors.
All right, so we're setting this up. I was just verifying my measurements from this file that I'd already set up for a Stanley. Now the question is, on this, I did run into an issue with the tabs for the handle. So I'm going to try to size this appropriately to this particular cup, and just make sure that we're not running into that same issue. So with the rotary that I have, let me go back to the camera here. I have the Pyburn 3, I believe is what it is, off the top of my head, and it's a regular rotary. I'll run over there real fast, but so this guy is not like a truck rotary. So the handles, for example, that too, that I've learned to this point, it can't do the full rotation. Once we pull the handle off, the tabs will figure that hold the handle too. So what I'm curious to see is if I can keep this in here with the handle on, what's my rotation going to look like as far as the sizing of our logo, and then making sure that we're not. So now the laser itself can tell the rotary to line it up in the middle, and it should pull first this way if I remember correctly, and then rotate this way. So we're going to do a test run with the rotation in there, and if it doesn't seem to work, I can change this out where I have a different focal length a little bit, and still try to get this size appropriately, but just run it as a regular job. So we'll just actually that. So that's what I'm going to set up real quick and then see what we can find out. I don't know if any of that was heard. Yeah, John, we're trying to get it going, buddy. Okay, well, we got the go ahead on that, but we're going to pause. John's going to be here after a bit, so we're going to run that while he's here. So I'm going to load up the next one, which is the Firefly design. And so just give me a minute to get that going, and we'll see how that one looks.
Got enough of every melody, they all sound the same. Yeah. For my broken heart, no remedy, but maybe if you stay, we can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. Ooh. Oh, my darkest memories now let me fall back. But you'll be there, ready to rescue me if I go out of track. We can get away with it. 'Cause you make me love my imperfections, answer all my questions, just to show me what's on the other side of inhibition. No apologies, my baby. I do you do 'cause I'm feeling so good. baby, but I guess you can't see. Making new memories with me. Oh, yeah, I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Oh, yeah, I'm good either way. I'm good either way. What happened to forever? Now we're not together. I know it's time you probably need a break to see if you went down whatever. Bad and done together. But baby, know that I'm good either way. What happened to forever? You know, you know, what happened to forever? You know, you know. Don't forget about me and all the things I could give to you, baby. But I guess you can't see. Making new memories with me. What happened to forever? Now we're not together. I know it's time you probably need a break to see if you went down whatever, ever, ever, ever. What happened to forever? You know, you know, what happened to forever? You know, you know. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky.
Okay, it took a little bit to get there, but now we have been able to see and prove that we can do the design with keeping it stationary and changing our laser head to the 3-inch or 4-inch, excuse me, engraving head. So I'm really happy with what the results look like on the tape. So we're going to go ahead and rock and roll with this. Yeah, it just took a little while to get there. So, but it looks really good. So especially with going back through doing the crosshatch on the really fine lines on the font for the word Firefly. So I think overall our customers should be really happy, and I'm actually pretty happy with it myself too. So we just slowed it down on the testing, and I'm gonna go ahead and keep my speeds, which speed is right now 200. The reason why I slowed it down that slow is just to make sure that on these really fine, itty bitty letters that we definitely get, you know, ideally a nice crispy font as best as possible. So yeah, we'll see what it looks like.
Never reminded, never taking whatever you told me. I know what I could be. Making emotion paintable answers. Tell me, is this what you made me?
Actually, just realized a slight error. My show you real quick. Transition. So not that big of a deal, but I'm glad that I caught it. We are not entirely centered, so I believe that it's centered to from the top to my bottom measurement here. So we were going to just double check that. Yeah, so we were off ever so slightly. So I'm going to fix that on my other machine over here real quick, and then we'll do one more test before we actually rock and roll with it. So bear with me, I apologize, but I just want to make sure that we're getting this right.
Every time you Showing off, don't wanna have to wait tonight. Wait tonight. Better off, I'm gonna find my way tonight. Wait tonight. Won't you talk to me? I wanna heal your sorrows. Talk to me. We'll make a new tomorrow. Talk to me. One night to find the answer. Talk to me. What makes this heart beat faster? What makes this heart beat faster?
Flashing lights dance with fire in the night, I'm wired. Watch the time pass us by, is this feeling lying? Could you pass the lighter? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my cool. Nicotine in my veins, flaming up desires. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Yeah. Moving through all my feels, you're blurring out my vision. Watching your every smile like your television. In your eyes I see myself, I'm falling. Make it make sense, it must be the temptation speaking. What am I supposed to do? Cause it feels so good. Feeling wild like a zoo, put me in a mood. Put me in a mood. Maybe I should've known that it ain't real. How'd you know how to get into my feelings? You're a trip giving me hopeless solution. Hopeless solution. Maybe I should've known
All right, there we go. John, I don't know if you can hear me. So number one, glad that finally came out really good. Lots of testing, but I'm glad we figured that process out and made sure that it looked good. So, but yes, if you can hear me, it's not that it's hard to get off. It just takes, you know, that sit on there. Got to use, I just use some alcohol, and then I like to wipe the soot off with just a rag first, and then get a magic eraser and do another wipe as well. So, and then, you know, dialing in the settings, what I've learned is sometimes you'll kind of get like the grayish kind of color, not more of the actual metal showing up. So on this one in particular, it's a lighter color, so I know I don't have to worry about like the blues or the blacks. Sometimes you got to worry about residue staying behind it or sticking behind. But I think I fairly well got my settings figured out for most of the different colors and or materials, and I can use the same process. So here I am thinking I forgot the lid to it, and I just remembered that we didn't have the lid for it. So but it is good. It looks really great. I hope that our customer really likes it, and we're going to be moving on now to the next series of cups or tumblers. And but I am going to take some notes on what my process was for that staining, and then yeah, we'll get measurements for our next ones and kind of go from there. Perfect. Thank you, John. Thanks for the reminder. I was like, man, where did it go? All right, so we did, first of all, we need to change that because it is not correct. 3.54. $200 at 40. And we're gonna do yeah, if you could see that, I on our test for getting the thin lines on the E and the F, for example, it wasn't really showing up, so we went with the crosshatch pattern on there, which honestly I'm doing the notes on this one, but I probably should have changed it on the other computer, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and just set it up on here. So what I did is we went into here and I changed this to here, fill, crosshatch. So we're making sure to hit that crosshatch pattern there, and then I had this setting for another product, but we went with the 0.08 fill, and that is that. Excuse me. And then we'll just regroup that. So yeah, just in case if y'all missed that, I stuck with my standard settings here, which was a speed of, or say standard for this particular job. And then let me go ahead and put it in here too. But the standard speed was 200 with the power of 40. On the black portion here on our black fill, we did a single pass. And then once again, for the word Firefly, due to the thin lines of the actual letters, we wanted to make sure that those showed up as well, which on the single pass with the laser going in the horizontal position, it did not really show even at the slower speed. So we went with the crosshatch, so that way it does the horizontal left to right motion and then the vertical up and down motion to make sure that we got these lines. So that would be the theory behind it, and clearly it seemed to work on this go. And usually on other products too, if it's a really fine line, we can still get those details, but it's usually what I'm finding, at least for my setup on the laser, is slower speed, and then maybe having to do a crosshatch pattern, or in the laser itself, for example, if we're doing like a cutting board, It might be something so simple as making sure that we turn the design this way and just work with whatever that design is in the horizontal position to make sure that we get more of those finer details. But it does vary. So I would say, and the everyday is still a learning experience for me. But I don't know, in my experience thus far, like usually there's not too many issues like that, whether the design is set up in the horizontal position or the vertical. You can kind of generally tell and get a gauge for it, or even with what your grain of wood looks like, you know, you can kind of fill that out as well. So, but at any rate, so let me put on here too that we used the 4-inch lens, so I don't forget that. No rotary. Okay, so I'm really happy that worked out, and again, I hope the customer is super happy with that. But so now what I'm going to do is we'll go ahead and save this file over here, and then I'll nix the file that I have on my other computer. So the cool thing is, being in the Mac environment, I kind of have the opportunity to set everything up in the cloud, if you will. So anything that I'm doing on this screen right here, so long as I don't have new information on my Mac that's hooked up to the laser, I can just save it here, do whatever work, or prep a next job, and I can pull that file up on my other computer and run that as well. So it's really nice. All right, so let me change this up a little bit. Let me go. Trying to figure out which camera we have here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so what I'm going to do is show you kind of what the steps are. One, this is always a good deal to double check yourself, and then two, I think it'll be really good, especially for me, or in reference to, like, hey, for example, with this tumbler, which by the way turned out really good, writing those notes just directly on my file for myself, really good reference point to go back and be like, all right, so how did we do this? How did we find success with it? So in reference to that, to like, once we get a little more organized and on our jobs, I can go through and put customer order this date, blah, blah, blah. And then moving forward, might be able to just go back into the memory bank here on the YouTubes or what have you, and pull that up. Like, oh, okay, yeah, I see exactly what we did. But so for the next processes, and this will be the same for the rest of these tumblers. So customer provided 3 different tumblers, and they are all not the same. So, but the process, well, strong. The process is the same generally for all of them. I'm going to turn this down. I feel like I'm kind of yelling. Hope the music's okay. I haven't really been paying attention to it. It's been helping me just kind of groove along. But at any rate, the process is about the same for all 3 of these, as I'm not accounting for any type of curvatures or anything like that. And this one really is still the same process as we're doing just the single location up here, and not trying to do the full thing or going at a different angle or what have you. So, but these are all nice straight cylindrical pieces. So all I do really is get my measurement. I pop off the lids actually, so we'll just go ahead and go through that. And then we go about, so this is just slightly over an 8-inch. So I like to hit where the kind of the flat part stops. I'm not necessarily worried about where the curvature of the bottom of the tumbler is. It is still a good practice to make sure that you have your full height and what have you. So this one would be like 8 1/8 or 8 and almost 8 1/4. But the main thing is that we're getting our main height. So, and then I use a handy dandy caliber. So these are invaluable when it comes to this. So what you're doing with this is measuring our diameter here, so that way we can get our circumference this way. I'm not used to doing things backwards like a show and tell. So, and really what I generally do is just very lightly put some pressure on it. And of course I can't really see on the screen here, but you'll see the measurements move to where I think I see a 0.94, 0.95. what have you, and you'll find your thickest area on there. And then those will be your measurements. So inside the software, as I'm setting these up, since our let me go here, since our rotary is facing in the horizontal position, right? The plug that you see there obviously goes into there. You have to send this file to the laser. And by the way, I have a Thunder laser 24-inch bed with a 60-watt laser in it. So at any rate, so we're in the horizontal position here, and obviously the laser itself likes to go in the more horizontal as opposed to the north-south movement. So naturally we're going to set up our design in that same direction too. For one, it saves on time being in that natural flow of things, and then two, most designs you don't need to do the north-south positions anyways, and like I said, it just saves a lot of time. So let's go back to this screen here. So these are the designs that we've already done, right? This one is set up. We were just going to wait to do it until Mr. John got here. So we will work on getting measurements for these next three. And to be honest with you, all three of these should be fairly the same, just from the looks of them. And I'll show you one more time while we're doing this. Obviously, we will make sure that they're all three set up separately. They are all getting the same logo. However, the one in particular that's that'll be measured slightly differently. If we were going to do like a full wrap, this one I would go ahead and set up the file to where we have our, again, just like that Yeti, where we have this on the file as well inside of the entire file setup there. So what I like to do is generally set up the file and kind of more or less go whatever makes sense. Does it make sense to go center of the entire cup, or does it make sense to go center if we have some different types of markings or whatever already on the cup? So for example, on the Yetis, we've got the Yeti down on the bottom, and then obviously our two stainless areas there as well. So I generally try to go center of the actual where the Yeti engraving is to the top of this, right? But for these, it appears on what was supplied, and we'll confirm too our positioning, but it looks like in the photo that I have received that we're probably about 2 inches down from the top of the product to where our engraving starts. So should our hand be here, your engraving should be generally right around in here somewhere, and then with a little bit of space there. So it definitely does not look centered. So we will get all three of these set up, like I said, on our measurements, and then place our graphic inside of there. We'll do a test run on each of them as well if our measurements are all different. So just want to make sure again that we're providing a good experience, or a great experience rather, and a great product. So I'm willing to spend the time on these right now to make sure that we're hitting on all facets. So, and that's the fun part too about doing customer provided stuff, is kind of keeps you in the mode of staying on your toes and experiencing different things. So but it is also nice having steadfast product, so that way you can just load it up and then it's kind of like a plug and play, right? But at any rate, okay, so I'm going to do, just go ahead and do our diameter first. Always make sure to zero out your caliber too, in case you forget, like I've done multiple times. Okay, 2.95. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and copy this guy right here. So this is kind of how my brain works, right? I'm going to ignore this part for right now, but our diameter, which is going to also be leading into our circumference, which I'll show here in a minute, we're at 2.95. So boom, that is if our cup was facing this way, right? So that's our total height, if you will. So now we're going to get our actual height though. What did I do with mine? And if I remember right, we were pretty much at slightly over 8 So 8 on the actual engravable surface is what I'm going to go with. Now, if y'all have different preferences that seem to work for you, by all means, and you feel like sharing kind of what your process is, let me know. But this is just kind of what I've worked out to where it seems to work for me. So I'm going to go ahead and ungroup that. So I'll keep this for our black and stainless just to have it on there. But this, in essence, is our teal cup. So what I'll do is turn all these off except for pink, and then I don't know if that's how you spell teal. Is it T-E-A-L or T-E-E-L? T-E-E-L. I'm going to make sure that we don't send that on an output, but now I know which cup that is just for myself. Okay, so now the biggest thing too is when we're on the other computer, especially the rotary will be plugged in. So we want to enable that, which it won't let me do on here. I wonder if, yeah, so this is what the screen looks like. So on our now height, right, our diameter, this is where we would put that number, right, which was, let me confirm, 2.95. So we come in here and change this to 2.95. Now everybody's rotaries and lasers will be different, so you got to figure out your roller diameters and your steps per rotation, all that fun stuff too, kind of more individually. And then the cool thing about this software is that you can tell it you got chuck type of rotary or roller rotary, which is what I have, yada yada yada. So lots of great information that you can put in here. Sometimes, especially whenever you're starting out like myself, like, man, I can't tell you how many times I forgot to change the object diameter, and it still happens from time to time too. So don't feel bad if you do forget that, but that is always the important step. So on these notes, for example, that's why I was putting our object diameter here, especially since I'm putting everything in the same file, just to kind of help streamline my process, if you will, for the day. But what I am doing is saving each of these individually as to what job they are, and then what I can do is come back through, like I would open the Firefly individually and just go ahead and clear out the rest of these files. And then one of these days, like if this is going to be a Steadfast product, I would go ahead and name this product whatever the brand is, maybe the color as well, so that way if I have some variations in colors that don't seem to be taking to the same settings, we'll change that in the notes as well. So just trying to find best practices, if you will, for stuff like that to help ease or streamline that process, if you will. So now what I will do is I'll go ahead and take this. I think this would be a cool logo to go the long ways as well, something like that. So when you stood it up, the C would be on top. But customer has requested that it goes this way, so let's just clean that up real fast. But right now, our height, which would be from this point to this point, is right at 1 inch. Which would give us a 5-inch diameter. So if I double check this, we're at 2.95. And I feel like that would be way too big. That in essence would only give us about a, what, 3-inch gap. So let's go 0.75. Oh. We want to make sure that we lock this so that way it stays in proportion. Okay, so that would give us a 4-inch kind of a wrap. Still feel like that would be a bit much. I'm just trying to reference what customer had shown, so it will be a little bit of a guessing game as well. go 6.25 for right now. And then what I'm going to do as well is go ahead and make this a square, or whatever our measurement will be. So I'm going to line that out, and then I'm going to give us a 2-inch. Let me think here. We got 2 inches. Let's see what that looks like. So this is more or less for me visually too, so that way in the future, if I get reoccurring jobs, right, that need the same placement, what I like to do is just kind of give myself some reference points here. Make sure that I hit the same distance and everything every time, same placement rather, excuse me. Center that up, and I'm going to call that good. So then I'm just going to line this up as close as possible without making more rectangles. And sometimes what I'll do too is make like a different colored rectangle for this particular design, and then I'll center it in there. And actually we might still do that. We'll see. And I'll show you why too if we do. So this guy's 2.95. I'm going to go ahead and take, actually I'm going to take these notes on that. To be honest with you, I don't remember which brand this was, so I'll just put the till. And we're going to go back to our 2-inch lens. I always forget that this software, you can't just highlight stuff. It's annoying. And our object diameter was 2.5. And we'll bump this back up to 350. So on my laser, it seems like I found a really good sweet spot that gets everything every time. And I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it was 55 on my power. We don't need to worry about any of it. Dang it, did it again. We're going to give our test without worrying about any of that. And then on my test fire, on my power, we're just going to keep that at 15. So that way it still shows up on that bleed tape. And then since we might toy around with our object height, so what we will be engraving, let's put engraving height, and I believe it was 6.25, so just under 3/4 but not quite half an inch, right? Stop it, let's double check. Come on. Yeah, 6.25. All right, perfect. And apparently I can't type today too, so there's that. Okay, so that's one kind of setup, right? That's generally how I walk through everything. I'll just go ahead and delete that. So this is the till. Now what we can do is we'll go ahead and copy all of this, and so ideally what'll happen is if our measurements are the same on all of them, we can just rock and roll, right? But if they're not, what we'll do is, so for example, I'll just come in here, I'll change this to white, and then I will walk through the same process right fast of measuring our height, which I can already tell our height variance is nominal. So yeah, I don't even think it's really worth the chance. So long as really, and what we'll do too, and I'll change that up in here. So we're gonna change, we'll set up our origin, right? So the job origin itself, which will be not in absolute coordinates, but we'll put it at user origin. And this will tell it to start the job right here where this green dot is, right? So if I change this, it goes anywhere, blah, 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 or we can start it from the center. But in the rotary, I always do center right here. So that way I know exactly where we're starting at. So, all right, so we have the white, and like I said, our height variance is very nominal. So we're gonna go with that, and then I'll check our diameter real fast. That's all right, John. I know you're out doing stuff, buddy. Glad you're able to kind of partake in the parties. For now, I'm just kind of talking myself through this too, so. But it'll be good for reference for somebody that's wanting to learn, or if I can be of help to somebody else, you know what I mean? Okay, so our diameter on this one is slightly bigger, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure that it'll make a big difference at all because it's literally like 0.1 or 0.01. Let me double check that. Now I'm double checking my guessing myself. 2.96. Yeah, so it's 0.01, right? I hardly believe that will cause any type of issues. But we'll go ahead and put it in here, and we can still go through the motion of making sure that it's set up and rotating properly, so on and so forth. 2 hours. But so that should be that, and then we'll go ahead and copy all of this one more time. So our height should be the same for those guys, and then oh, I forgot to change this. Okay, and then we'll do this. Good thing is, at least with all of these, same design, fairly well the same shape. But still, for me, if we had several different cups that we're setting up, I would be going through the same process and then having everything in the same job file, if you will. So we're going to call this one the closed title. And then all of those should be in there, right? So once we find a standard cup that this customer likes, for example, then I would already have everything loaded and in here. And then if for whatever reason we want to change up whatever style cup that we have, we still have our information as to what has been done in the past, right? So we have some developed consistency. All about trying to find workflow and best practices. So, and for me, this is kind of how my brain works. Leave that one to that one. I got lids floating all over the place. And again, our height is just within like a 0.01, so I'm not really worried about that because my engraving position should still be just the same, right? But we'll double check our diameter. Yeah, so this one's 2.94, so very little differences between all three of these. So I do feel like in this instance you can probably call it a safe bet to go ahead and go with maybe the in-between for all three of these, right? We can plug in 2.95, and what that's doing is just telling the rotary like how much that we need to spend based upon our diameter to make sure that everything's copacetic, right? But we're talking 0.01 variance on each side. So, but now our files are all set up. So what we'll do is, now mind you too, if we were really going to be concerned about, like this one, we wanted to make sure that we're centered up on the entire deal. So like on the Yeti though, I know it's kind of hard to see the color, but we have our green block set up here, and then I have a block right here that, what do you call it? Emulates our top stainless line. So I definitely want to stay center of our, I believe it's 4 inches in there, as opposed to staying center of the bottom of that 4-inch engravable surface, plus the stainless. So we can put that little box up here too. I'm not going to, because we're more worried about our actual hand position and making sure that these are the same distance from the top of the tumbler. So at any rate, okay, so now I'm going to save this file as close title. So file, save as. So we do have a handful of these to do, which is awesome. And like I said, we'll just kind of walk through the process. Unfortunately, I don't have my other computer set up to where you can see what's going on exactly with all that setup going on, just like we have going on here. So, but just pretty much everything that I went through on this, I'll be replicating on the other computer. We're going to open up this file and I'll go ahead and transition over to as well, so you can see what's going on with the engraver. So what you'll see is I'll probably adjust, well, first of all, I'll change out the lens, and then I'll adjust the height for the rotary with the tumbler loaded in, and then we will go from there. So let me find my magic button here. Where are we at? Old file. Here we go. Okay, so I'm gonna mute this thing back up, and then yeah, we'll head on over. Okay, we're gonna run a test on this, and you might be wondering why I taped the whole thing, and part of it is because I don't trust myself sometimes. Mainly, I don't trust the laser, though. So, we'll give this a go and see what happens. Exhibit A, and for some reason, apparently I just realized that we did not change our heights on this, so now I gotta go through and change the height on all three of these real fast so that doesn't happen again. Yay me.
It's so hard to open my eyes. I'm blind to the light from the sky. I'm dealing with things I can't write. And all of you know it's been no easy road. But I keep working harder, going harder just to prove something. Burning out, I can't do shit for weeks. Guess I proved nothing. Everybody wants my work for free. I know you have the money, things are looking different. I'm not putting up with you, not anymore. And I know you think you still can take advantage. And you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. But it hasn't worked out like you fucking.
Okay, I was just kidding. I have it all set up the right way. It's just my hair got in the way there, so yeah.
Lost myself, now I'm fully disguised. My heart got bruised up, so I put it on ice. Been told that I wouldn't make it in this life, but now all of you see there's so much room for me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. And you always took my humbleness for granted. But I know my worth, you can't take that away from me. And I know you think you still can take advantage. But it hasn't worked out like you fucking planned it. 'Cause I know my worth, you can't take that away from me.
All right, we're gonna give that one a test, see what it looks like, and then we'll confirm with our customer that we're good to go on it if it seems to work out. And if not, obviously we'll make whatever changes necessary. But I do feel like everything's going pretty well this morning so far, so I hope everybody's doing good. I appreciate those of you that have been in and out. I know it's Friday. I'm gonna figure out what we're gonna do. I know tomorrow my buddy's gonna come up and we're gonna hang out and well, do a project or two. We'll see. Fun projects that we actually want to do.
No, I didn't see the signs, 'cause you kept hiding it. Now slowly every part of me is shivering. I kept denying all the pain and didn't want to hurt again. Now slowly I began to see the real you. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one, you're a needle in my heart. You are something I don't want to have. A million problems inside of my head. This is something I cannot forget. Another one, you're a needle in my heart.
Okay, got that figured out. Sorry, John. What do you think of the size there? Let me go back over there so you can see it. Perfect, perfect. It'll probably be easier to send you a picture, but so that is at, let's see here, 6.625 high at 3.23, so almost 3.24 inches wide. What do you think about that size? I gotta find the reference photo. I think the reference photo is a bit bigger than that. That's kind of what I was thinking too. So it's not way too big or anything like that, you know. But if you're good with that, then we'll just rock and roll with that size for sure, and the position if that's all right as well. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that then. Yeah, I think position is good too. So I'm gonna go ahead and bump it up because it might be at an inch or so. And we'll see what that looks like. Oh, you're good. I pulled it up. So I was just kind of trying to gauge the size based off of the thumb. You know, official measurement status. We'll give this a go, and then you can let me know what you think. Oh, perfect. Well, hopefully I don't screw up then. Perfect. Well, I'm definitely not intending to mess anything up for sure, but that is the always the chance or risk that we take with customer provided stuff. But thank God for painter's tape too. So at least that gets us 50% of the way there, and then we'll double check our reference settings, and that should get us there too. No, never on purpose for sure. Although there was that one time. No, I'm just kidding. Good grief. It's a long morning, man, waiting for that. That's what really helps, makes us hope that our kids love us, right? The sacrifices that we give for them without them realizing it. All right, let's see what we got. Reference photo. I do believe that we're close, if not right on point. So Oh goodness. I think we got the ticket. Here, I'm gonna take a photo of this and send it to you. I know it'll knock you off, but try to replicate the same. All right, it's on its way in just one moment. But it does look right on point to me, so not bad for a guess off of a picture. Perfect. All right, while we are waiting on confirmation for that, I am going to go get some water real fast. So I will step out of the garage for a moment and be back here in oh, just a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. Let's see here. All right, brother. Well, yeah, I will rock and roll with that then for show. I think this is an awesome tool to show customers too what's going on. So, and then maybe you know, on those oopsies, just edit that out later, right? No. Let me check one more thing real quick, and then I will head back over there. Okay. Excuse me. All right, so I think everything's all good on this end right here. So I'm going to pop back over to the laser, throw the mic on mute, and then we'll get to cranking these dudes out. So those of y'all that are popping in and out too, I appreciate you guys doing so. John, thanks for hopping in, man. I really appreciate the feedback, and then or just kind of keeping it lively in here. It's just been you and me, brother. But we're going to hop into a good groove now and get to cranking these guys out. So All right, just popping back and forth. Yep, number 3 indeed. Thankfully, it goes pretty quickly once we got everything kind of lined out and rocking and rolling. So the only thing I really have to make sure that I do is whenever I pop the tumblers out, it shifts the bottom of the holder out of place. So I got to make sure that I squish it back in there and lock it up. Otherwise, the tumbler itself will walk on us. So, but other than that, it's pretty one after the other. You know, pop one out, clean it, get a new one in there while we're doing that, and then I like to kind of stage them up, make sure they all look good, take some pictures, you know, product photography or whatever for just to show off. So we'll do that, and then maybe a little video work, which I'm actually kind of excited since I have this busted up old phone working to do the video work for me. I can use my phone to catch some what do you call it, photos, and then also photography. So yeah, no doubt. And the good thing about all 3 of these is since they're all roughly about, I mean, they're 0.01 of a inch different, so we should be able to just knock them all out on the same setting. And yeah, definitely makes it a lot easier for sure, man. That's the thing too, is like I love doing things where you can just find a groove, you know. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and what I'll do is I'll prep the next colors as well. So right now I only pulled those 4 out, just because that's the only thing I did. So for all the other ones, I'll just go ahead and start popping them out and having them ready to go. So it's just a grab and go for sure. Probably need to go buy some more alcohol. I think I only have a little bit cleaning alcohol. We probably only have a little bit in the house. Good night. I didn't think it'd be all day affair for you, man. That sounds about right. Got a lot of technology. It's supposed to make our lives easier, and I'm sure that it has many, but in other ways, it's also created lots of nightmares. It's like having my setup for all of this. It's a tremendous setup for what it is, but man, sometimes it's very frustrating, especially like those first couple days. Like, hey, this is our goal. We're gonna do this. We're gonna go live, and then boom, it worked for a bit, and then it did not. But I think we got it figured out today. And as a matter of fact, knock on wood, I just realized today it did not crash. when I pulled it up and went live with it. So maybe whatever it is, the computer gremlins have seemed to work themselves out. Jimmy color. Exciting. I don't know. Something has occurred. That maybe we spoke too soon. think it looks great. I'm not going to, they already do look great. Sounds good. Don't kill that phone. Excuse me. Okay, so on that one, before I started it, I want to make sure that we got this one cleaned up, and my clean stuff is on the other side. So I am going to make one little adjustment. I think it's kind of hard to see on here, but there's just a very ever so slight, not really a burn, but just a twinge of something. I think what it is I'll make sure that our air settings are just a little bit lower or so. The main thing is I want to make sure that we have air coming through here, because obviously our laser's coming through here, and I don't want any smoke or anything like that going back into here. So, but I think what's happening too is with that power setting on this particular color, for whatever reason, it seems to show up. So, and actually, what I might do is adjust the air and then also maybe lower the power setting just a tad. I mean, overall, this looks really great, right? So definitely pass QA test. However, or quality control, QC, there we go, QA. Do you have any questions for the cut? No, we don't. But at any rate, so yeah, I might, let me think about this. I think I might just change the power setting just a tad, just to really help. Like I said, I know it's probably not really seeable on here, but just ever so closely, you can see that there's just a slight discoloration around where those kind of charry little bits are coming out. And it's cleaned up just fine, but I want to, it should be able to get it dialed in to where it's not doing, right? So I'm going to think about how I want to approach that for just a second. That low air. I think what I might do is put this slightly out of focus. Right now we're at 3 millimeters. So what I'm going to do is just pull it just a tad bit down. And our engraving will still look the same. And then I'm going to go ahead and just wash this one 100%. Not to say that I wasn't watching before, but just going to see if it changes up that characteristic or not. And I'm going to bump the air up just a tad too, just to see what we're doing. Play with it. Kind of adjust those settings as we're live, if you will. So far, it's looking pretty good.
When it's real good to you, you want to do it one more time.
I know you think of me, but you really gotta go. 'Cause if you're not here, I can lose control. I lose control. I can lose control. If you're not here,
See how that's been cleaned. So this one doesn't seem to be as charry, which is already a good sign for me.
I know better than to call back. I missed your call. I finally think I'm fine with that. I know it hurts.
Except mine.
Love bites back.
You know,
It's your fault. I wish you'd just accept that. I got a better place to be where the only focus is me. Me and weightless, got me feeling like I'm flying. I've been holding on to these dreams. I'm ready to take the leap. 'Cause I've been holding that in the ocean.
right, that's me. Again, it's really hard to see, but just being OCD or whatever, this is much better. There's definitely not any browning or charring. There really no charring on the other one either, but just some weird discoloration. That is very, very not noticeable to the everyday eye, I guess you could say, but this is much better to me. So we're gonna go ahead and rock and roll with it. Again, not bad at all, but I'm gonna hit it with another cleaner or another round of cleaning, and then I just need to make sure that's good for me.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby? Why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. And underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent, bold, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent, bold, the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Follow me down, there's no one around. Lay back and take your socks and shoes right off. That natural light is so damn polite, can make you feel just like you were young.
All right, well, that's all of our black and teal ones. So now I believe it's white, and I don't know that I said it as officially what I did. So what I did do is I lowered the entire bed, just pulling the laser head out of focus just ever so slightly, and then I raised the air a tad too. I know a lot of folks say no air, and sometimes I think it's just kind of a 50-50 shot whether you need air to kind of help disperse all those particles, or just kind of, I think it varies upon color as well. So I'm going to leave the current settings on there for these white ones. We'll watch it fervently, and then if it's good to go, we will just stick with it and rock and roll, and if not, we'll change accordingly. So I can already tell we might need to make another adjustment on these guys, but still have another cleaning process to do. So that drop. If you notice that there's still a bit gray in there, I thought that that layer was a little thicker than what it is. It seems to be coming off. So I still yet might make another little adjustment. And what we might do on this is bump the bed back up to where it's 3mm in focus. And maybe close the air a little bit. I'm a little hesitant to do that since this is. Or we can honestly just leave it as is. Just put a little bit more elbow grease if we get it cleaned up. Alright, perfect. Do everything. So that looks pretty good. You know, I think we're just gonna rock and roll with the settings as is instead of changing it. That residue will look worse than what it was. But yeah, so I guess here we go. We're gonna knock out the rest of these. I believe there's 8, 9, 10, 11 left, right? Is that right? Or there's 8 total. 8 total. So that would be 7 left. Sorry, I got a message. So at any rate, I'm gonna mute this back up and we'll get to cranking. So
be the one you talk to when you're feeling down. I could be the one you run to when the moon hits the ground. I can say what I'm feeling, but the words just don't come out. If you ever feel lonely, girl, just know I'll come around. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces. Baby, I'ma be there through the rough parts of it all. Holding your hand, fighting for the things that we want. Be the rock you lean on with you by my side. Baby, when we fall, together we'll rise. 'Cause I've traveled so far just to get to where you are. And I know that you're broken, but that makes you who you are. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. I know what you're feeling, I see that look in your eyes. So pick up the pieces and show me you mean it tonight. 'Cause what I've been dreaming is giving you my paradise. So pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces. So pick up the pieces, so pick up the pieces. Show me you mean it tonight.
Don't you think we could be different if we could just take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows, feel the wind rush the blue, hear the music, take the clue. Don't you know all I'll ever really wanna be is a connected high, you and I, pinnacle climactic vibe. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, you don't have to pretend we're shy. Let's forget the 9 to 5, I just wanna feel alive. Take it slow, let it go, roll down all the windows. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, you don't have to pretend you're shy. Take it slow, let it go. Let's take a trip to uptown. Don't you wish we could be out of sight, out of mind? Take my hand, don't go slow. I'm chasing the afterglow. Dance with me while the beat finally got some clarity. been a while since I've seen your face. How you been? I've really missed this place. Just so you know you haven't been replaced, 'cause I still think of you now like nothing has changed. And we just can't deny our hearts so beat in time. We're both still synchronized, whoa. And we can't live a lie. In between you and I, there's always love we hide. But it's always been you. It's always been you. It's always been you.
of jeans, a shirt or two. We didn't pack as if we weren't going back. It doesn't matter if it's true. I've got a feeling love will give us what we lack. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. Yeah. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner twice as bright. They'll be my treasures forever. When I can't hold you tight, I'll see the Stockholm lights. The Stockholm lights, the Stockholm lights.
Well, this is the last one actually, other than yours. So I've been taking photos, which I'll send you a couple here in a minute too. They look pretty good, but yeah, I've been rocking and rolling. So pretty happy with the results for sure.
But if in time it's yesterday, your picture's gonna bring it home to me again. The world is waiting up. The world is waiting half a step beyond our door. And if it's not enough, I wanna see the stuff the world has got in store. I wanna take it all in, I'm falling. The cityscape by night, wanna catch in my photos. Where you go, every corner.
Yeah, no doubt. So whenever we're done with this, I'll change up the camera view a bit, and then we might take a couple photos together via the video here. And I do have another little job that I could do, but I think I can hold off on that too. So but yeah, so if we could get back together this afternoon, that'd be cool. Yeah, we'll do. I'll get that figured out too. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to change the screen up for just a moment so that way I don't make anybody dizzy. So we'll just put the logo on for just a second, and then I'm going to move the setup real fast. Bear with me. Bear with me. I wonder where that saying came from. Bear with me. Okay, let's see. Okay, that was fun. So somehow we're disconnected again, I guess. There we go. Maybe. So that's my little setup for now, my little workbench area that I use to assemble and clean and whatever else we need it to do. And now, oh, I was looking for that last tumbler still on the machine. Fill that and save some electricity. The Longhorn. So I just figure being born in Texas and living in Oklahoma, I have an opportunity to be around cattle also. Just figured it kind of resonates with some folks more so than a chameleon, for example. So really nothing in particular. And I just like the Longhorn, so that's really about it. My wife was not too keen on that, but I figured we'll come to an agreement on something at some point. Now, I wonder too, so since I'm done doing that, I've been toying with my technology, if you will. So I wonder if I could airplay my screen to the TV so I can see a little bit better, as opposed to having to walk back over to the computer so I can see questions or what have you. For that, and I can't even see if I'm in frame or not. There we go. Gonna look at the tiny screen. Yeah, so all I'm doing here is using alcohol and a magic eraser, kind of make sure that everything's fully cleaned out. And here's our results. So definitely can't complain about that at all. Nice crisp design and clean lines. So nice shiny undercoat of stainless is what we're always looking for. Yeah, no worries. Sometimes I cause curiosity for no reason, but there is no reason for that one, so fair. Yeah, so now all I'm gonna do is I've snapped some photos with the stuff as it's lying now, other than the white cup, and then for those that might watch a little bit later, I'm just using my at the moment I have a Sony A7 IV that I'm shooting some photos with, as well as just using my iPhone. And I guarantee you some of the stuff you won't be able to tell what photos were taken with what. So, and that's kind of intentional too. But so at any rate, I want to take these photos. That way we have some stuff to show off the works that have been completed, and then show off wonderful customers as well. So in the meantime, that's all I'm going to be doing for just a few minutes anyways.
Running away from you. I've been trying to keep my cool. I see what you're shining through. Yeah, I do. That I do. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. Is it too much to ask? I don't want you back. I don't want you back. No matter the distance I cover.
And it's gonna take less seconds.
I didn't know that it'd be so hard yet for me to relax, finding my purpose.
Right.
Don't know
Too exciting there.
me happy, don't know what makes me
But there should be some cool pictures or a couple little clips of video to use for promo stuff or whatever. So, oh look, the camera disconnected. Imagine that. I don't know what's going on with that. That's okay. We're gonna move it anyways. And I apologize. Looks like it's already back on. So, yeah. Time to get dizzy. What is going on here? There we go. Oh lordy. We're having issues, y'all. Okay, well maybe that works. It looks really, really dark for whatever reason. Okay, maybe that'll help. There we go. I don't know if that helps or not, but I also don't want to be blinded. There we go. Maybe. All right. Well, it's been a fun day, John. Dude, thanks again so much for everything. I will pause on grabbing yours up. We'll do that a little bit later on. Thank you. Now I got to remember where I'm looking at. Here we go. Let's turn this to where it's a little more natural. But yeah, so I got some photos done today. One of the things I was wanting to do too is it is Friday and I want to be in a habit. I think I left my stuff inside, but we can kind of wing it. So I kind of made like a little planner that I want to start getting in the groove of, just for like the streaming purposes. And it's definitely helped today having these few projects lined out and ready to go for the day. So actually, how long have we been on here? I've been on here for almost 4 hours. Nice. But at any rate, I want to celebrate successes of the week, maybe discuss plans that are moving into the next week as we kind of get the better format. And one of those format deals is also talking about kind of where we're at. So yesterday I kind of went through and showed the screen of where like some of our follower counts are and analytics and stuff like that. It has been a major fail though this week to try to get things pre-scheduled for all of the social media postings. So that kind of sucks. Like that in itself, I feel like is like a full-time job. However, you know, throughout the day, just like now, like I probably could have took one or two of those photos that have taken, and then I can schedule that for either later on today or just go ahead and schedule them now, and then take like the 10 minutes or so that it'll take to do that on all of our various social media platforms. So, but nonetheless, I want to be able to build a schedule out for you know, maybe it is spending an entire day, literally 8 hours of the day, scheduling out posts for the next week and a half, or at least trying to get 2 weeks ahead with 1 to 2 scheduled posts a week for those 2 weeks. I don't know what the format is. And then also throughout the day, especially now that I can actually use my phone while we're doing things, I should be able to post kind of throughout the actual work day as well. So instead of having a prescribed post. So a little bit of a fail on that. Sorry. And then let's see here, some of the wins though. We don't have our product up on Etsy yet either, which is kind of a loss as well. So maybe I'll try to work on that some more today, and we'll push the goal till tomorrow, maybe Monday. We'll see. I don't have any, I have them all over there, but yeah. So our idea is to try to push the product that we cut of those little ducks. I was going to try to have that done today, but that did not work out. Plans always change around here, and it's kind of hard to deal with sometimes, but it is what it is. So let's see here. Wins though, I would say wins is today actually being able to do a job. So thank you, John, for that, and the opportunity to knock those out and be able to help our community out in that as well. And then kind of a big win that's kind of small too, and this looks really high looking at it now, but getting into a groove, right? So challenging ourselves, one, to do this in the first place, and then working through what I call excessive failure, i.e. like our streaming software not seeming to work, or me not knowing what I'm doing, apparently, I don't know. So I took the time, I felt like I lost an entire day resetting up the streaming platform. Sorry, my little counterweight here is being done. Yeah, no problem, thank you. Picky customers indeed. But yeah, you know, working through that and finally getting to the point though where the streaming is seemingly going well. I know I definitely want to try to stay on at 3-ish hours, and ideally would like to be in the morning, because I mean honestly there's just not, I don't know when we can fit in a consistent schedule, so that's what we're figuring out, trying to figure it out together. So but I do feel like that's a win, like I said. So here we are today, and it's already been, like I said, about 4 hours or so, so that is a win in itself, and I'm pretty happy with that. So what I was going to do is try to pull up some of our social things here. Let me see what page I can get on real fast. You know, you got a problem when you got like a bajillion internet tabs open, but let alone whenever you have like one, like Google for example open, and then a couple of different things of Safari open with a bunch of different tabs. So and I got to have them open so I can see the live stream interactions and things, and then also try to have like our personal sides of things, so that way we can still work. So always fun trying to figure out where we're at. Okay, it's not that one. Let's see here. Where am I at here? Okay, I think this one will work. This is why I need like 4 computers, I think, and like 25 monitors, so that way I can just, you know, have more problems. But maybe it might be easier, who knows. Okay, so I'm going to minimize these. Get down in here. And then we're going to go to Studio. And then I'm going to pull you over here. Okay, so I don't know like really how all the analytics works for all the various things, but for just right now, I am going to only focus on what do you call it? You know, the thing I'm on, YouTube and Facebook. There we go. Nice. The struggle is real, and now I can't see behind my camera. Hold on 1 second, and we'll pull this open. So one win for sure is the amount of followers and interactions that we've had in our varying communities. So I am actually really excited for our growing network, and that's in no small part to you guys that are interacting with us daily in the various groups, and also just our friends and family. So huge shout out to our friends and family, and those of y'all that have just helped along the way too. Like, I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And this also goes without saying too, Misha has really kicked ass about diving into the groups and being more interactive than I have, solely from the fact that I want to, but I got way too much stuff going on, it seems like. So, but I will certainly try to be more interactive in our 90-day challenge group for sure, here before too long. So that is another goal. You know, once we get into the groove of things, we'll be challenging ourselves to do a little bit more. So on our first full week, I will say we have to this point, and without knowing what our total value will be here after a while, and thanks to John, I know for a fact that we've made roughly about $55. And I have the job that we worked on today and one other job, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to close out the week with. So maybe that's something that I'll have to do moving weeks ahead, is just saying, okay, last week we finished out the week at this, and then this week as of right now we're at this. So I will figure that out, and I'll get some help from Misha too. So, but one of the other things is this, right? So on YouTube we have 8 subscribers. Woo! I don't know if that's good or not, but for a week of kind of figuring this crap out, it's awesome. I did post a couple of shorts, and I think some of these followers are off of our shorts, and then also one of the communities things, but I'm not quite sure where everybody's from, and I can only see where. Yes, need more screens indeed. Sorry, I had to pull that back up. Where was I at? Oh, but so I posted these shorts and stuff, and the last 2 that I posted have gotten like no views. So I don't know if this is like an analytics thing where I hadn't posted in a few days, so now it just kind of says, hey, you're not doing anything, or if it's like how we hashtag in it. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how the YouTube's works on that as far as the shorts are concerned. So like, for example, today, be it Friday, like I guarantee you, like one of a trending tag on Twitter or whatever would be like Friday vibes or something like that. So it's a lot to keep up with just in that stuff, but nonetheless, we're giving it a go. I'll show, let's see here, 8 followers. Here's our content, or do we show analytics? I think analytics. Yeah, 1.5 thousand views. I'm still learning how to read all the trending stuff, but apparently these are the things that have been viewed during these particular days. So that's kind of cool. And then we have our most viewed content here, so we're growing in the sports stuff, and then ammo can, and then of course nobody can go wrong with celebrating a little beer with some beer salt. So I will be looking forward to that probably here in a few hours, hopefully. So I'm gonna have to go get some supplies and relax for a little bit for a Friday. But yeah, so, and I don't know, let's see, does it show? I thought it showed. Okay, 1474 views in the last 28 days. So in order to get monetized, like, you have to have so many watch hours and other criteria. I cannot talk. Criteria is met. I don't remember what it showed you, but supposedly it shows you like how many watch hours that you have. And I don't really fully understand how all that works or how frequently it's updated, but here's kind of that overview for that right now. And clearly we're not reaching monetization yet, but it is a goal, and that's something that I'd like to use to reinvest in more equipment or more screens at this point, right? For the streaming, and maybe a whole separate dedicated computer just for that, and a switch or something. But if we can make some decent money off of this, why not? It's just another area of opportunity to utilize the tools that we're already putting in the work for, right? And then also use that as a celebration, if you will, to reinvest into our company. So yeah, look, I think we have 1 or 2 more followers on our business page, so that's awesome. I probably will type up something for this and our group later on today, and I have a buddy calling. I'll have to give him a shout back here after a bit. But yeah, so that's awesome. 116 followers, and again, I think a lot of this is in help from Misha. So thank you, baby. Love you. She is actually currently at a wrestling tournament with our son. So who knows what time she's going to get home. She left about 6:30 to get him there at 7. Whew, it's going to be a long day for him. So yeah, 116 followers on there. And then I don't know, how do we go to our, excuse me, I think actually we can just come back here. Yeah. Big Bang Theory. Some of the stuff that pops up on our feeds is ridiculous. But our group, we're at 47 members. So if I remember correctly, yesterday when I was on here, we were at 45. So shout out to the new members in here. On any of our social medias or in our private group here, if you're not a part of that, come and check it out. The 90-day challenge, a place for growth, community, and encouragement. There we go. Words, they're hard sometimes. I encourage you to come and join this. Now, it doesn't have to be necessarily a 90-day challenge, and it obviously does not have to be our challenge, as our challenge is to grow our business and hopefully get 20K in 90 days. However, I also have another challenge on top of that. That's a personal one that I probably need to put in here, but try to quit smoking, right? So it's a struggle. Been smoking for way too long. And with 1 or 2 days of failure, if you will, so smoking a cigarette or two there, here or there, it's been about 2 weeks. So I can't complain for 2 days out of 2 weeks. For my own personal stance, that I think that's a solid win. So I want to stop. It's really a lot harder than what it should be, in my opinion, but for whatever reason this go around, it really is a challenge. So, but I do feel better. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. But yeah, so nonetheless, those little wins, whether it be in a business or a personal stance, the idea is in this group to be encouraging to one another, and then also if you find areas to be like success, that hey, this worked for us in this challenge, or maybe it might be a similar overlay. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. Like, for example, like I've figured out how to make OBS work for the most part, for example. So the challenge of getting on and trying to stream every day, right? I can share some of the things that I've learned that might be beneficial to somebody else that's maybe trying to think or trying to do the same thing. So yeah, absolutely. I am proud. I'm proud of actually really this entire week. So I kind of feel like this week for myself personally, I've taken a lot from people. I don't feel like I've offered a lot. So in the coming weeks, I definitely want to be more of filling up your cup as opposed to people filling up mine. But in order for me to do that, I feel like part of it is focusing on myself as well. And that personal goal of quitting is definitely helping and will help in the future. So. But yeah, nonetheless, here we are, end of the week. I don't know what else to really go over. And, John, I say you're the star of the week too. You've been just hanging out with me from afar and in person for a little bit this morning. So I really appreciate that. But I look forward to really kind of getting into a groove. Our wrestling schedule with the boy is going to be ending soon. So my should be a little bit more involved. Hopefully, I don't know, there's always a revolving schedule around all the kids and their stuff, and thankfully she handles a lot of that and allows me to be in here working. So the biggest deal is to make this work for our family, so I personally can take care of my own responsibilities as the leader of our home. I would like to be able to pay our bills, number one, and then number two, turn that into opportunity for investment, meaning investment for financial standpoints, but more or less or more importantly, is investment into our family. So there's things that we want to do for our kids and things that we would like to do for one another, as well as for those that are around us in our community. So that's the reason why I'm taking this on personally, and then the wife is jumping in with me too. So we want to accomplish big goals, and then like I said, be folks that can pour into others. So But I think with that, man, I'm going to hop off here and then figure out the rest of my life for the day. I will have to be going to get a child here before too long because I don't think Misha's going to be home to do that. So I got a plan for that. And then, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We may or may not hop on during the weekend. I'm not sure. I got a buddy of mine coming up tomorrow. We might be doing some projects. So if we do, we will. If we don't, we don't. For folks that want to hang out on the weekend too, you know, maybe we can do a Friday night jam or Saturday afternoon jam type of thing and share a couple of cold drinks with one another. Who knows? I enjoy doing that. That's just on me. And it could be sweet tea. It doesn't have to be alcohol, y'all. Come on. Anyways. All right, well, with that being said, I think I am going to go ahead and hop off of here, knock out a few things, and, you know, maybe try to be a good dad and do some laundry, too, in the mix of things. So I hope everybody has a great weekend. Let's celebrate the successes together. Be a good person. Love thy neighbor. I'm out, skis. I'm going to pause this music first before we really hit the outro, so hold on one second. This is where we're going to need to figure life out together. Anyways, all right. Y'all take care. Appreciate you. Bye.